I do not understand why this thing does not update. I went in and personally updated it, and it still has not updated it. That is not funny. Don't like it, but I don't really have an option because this is the only way that I can stream to multiple channels. So hopefully we will get some folks on here, because we've got a really nice looking storm, got some structure going on. I'm going to get my camera out here in just a few minutes. We're going to stay north of Foss Lake because that's where we're at, and we're going to get out and we are going to get us some moto. Ought to see some lightning strikes happening on this bad boy. But this cell is coming up from the southwest along a line that is developed, and so we have got the potential for some extremely high winds, perhaps even up into the 95 mile per hour range. But we are going to take and stay over here. You guys can make out the storm structure already. Wow, that was a rattlesnake. And he did not look any too happy. I think somebody squished him. And yeah. But yes, we're going to get out. We're going to get some photos here in just a second. Don't necessarily want to get up on top of the dam, but that might be the best place. Go up here on top of this hill. There was some lightning I just seen, so hopefully we can take and pull over right up here and get us some good shots. I don't know that I necessarily like this spot. We're going to go back over across the road because there's no traffic over there. But you can see the edge of that storm right there. Man, that is amazing. We're going to take and face back this way. This is access over there to that. And I am going to briefly get out and get my camera out, guys. Bear with me for just a minute. Get the camera, get the lightning trigger out, get it all set up. Because we ought to be able to, here in a second, see some lightning bolts. Because this thing had a lot of it on there just a second ago. And so, take and close the lid back down. And get us change my lens out. Y'all bear with me. I'm outside of the vehicle right now, but I'll be back in just 1 second. I'm swapping lenses out. I've got to go with a wider lens because the storm is so big I can't even get it all into the frame. So we will take and swap that out because we're going to need it for the lightning here in a little while anyhow. So it's better off that we just take and do it now. We'll worry about the rest of that stuff after a while. All right. Woo, nice structure. Right. I'm gonna grab my phone real fast. This thing is nice. Nice. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get it out from untangled from all of my other stuff here. let me hey Nathan. So I am near Foss Lake, which is western Oklahoma. I'm going to zoom out here a little bit so you guys can get a little bit better idea of what's going on. I'm going to move my camera up some as well. And we're going to have to take and move off to the north again real quick and stay out in front of this so that we can keep that structure in play here. So give us just a second. We're going to go right back to Butler and then off to the east again. Let me get my cell phone out of the deal and let me get my mouse going here. We're going to put you up on the roof cam here real fast, and I think that we can probably get a better view of this. Because it is rapidly approaching us as well. And so we'll turn it right back around. We'll go the other direction with it. Mosquitoes in here already. So I don't know why that the information does not update in the live stream, because this is not severe weather possible in northwest Texas and southwest Oklahoma, even though we're kind of sort of west central-ish kind of, still not accurate on the update. But I will say this, and there's that snake again, that we are near Foss Lake, just south of Butler, Oklahoma, and we are going to be taking and turning off to the east again once we get to Butler, as this storm progresses to the northeast. And we're far enough out that, I mean, we're not in any danger of any hail right now, nor are we. See if I can get that to move over anymore. I don't think that I can, so we're going to have to take and turn that whole thing. But you guys can get an idea of what that storm system looks like, because it's a big one. Let's see if, oh, no, can't do it. It won't turn that much. And we may have just lost our 360 camera. Don't know what happened there. No, it's reconnected, I think. Huh. Wow. We'll mess with that in a minute. We're going to go back to the front cam. So the cell has split. All right, we got some outflow winds right here, guys. Let me get over here and get on this real quick. Lots of wind, lots of wind. First road that we can get on, we're going to take and turn, and you guys are going to be able to see it. We are going to take and turn off to the right here in just 1 second so you guys can see this. We've got to find us a road real quick. Should be one coming up here in just about a mile. Half a mile. Less than half a mile. We get up here on top of this hill. I'm going to go one more mile. One more mile, guys. North County Road 2170. I don't know if I can take it. Yeah, this is going to work out perfect right here. Man, this thing is hauling the mail now. Let me get that down a little bit. Looks like perhaps a gustnado right here in front of us. All right, so we're going to take him back up. We're going to take him back. I see wind right over there. It is blowing like crazy. You can already see in front of us on these dirt roads the wind. Right there, guys. Right over there on the right side of us, a little gustnado coming across the dirt. You can see the dirt blowing right in front of us. Gustnado right in front of us. Just across the road near Butler, Oklahoma, to the east of Butler, Oklahoma. Okay, let me zoom back out here. So we're basically right under the canopy right now. The storm is moving so fast that we're not going to be able to take and outrun it. We've got to take and head north up here in just a second. So that played out very well. We're going to go over here. We're going to go north toward Leedy. I would try and pull over. However, I can't do that because the storm is going to take and outrun us if I do. But we're catching up to it. We're basically on the outside edge right now of the storm, and boy, does it look mean. Nice shelf cloud out in front of us. If I could take and get video of that, I would. Good news is we've got another severe storm back behind this one if this one just completely runs us out. But I think we're going to be okay for a little bit. This thing is moving it on. We're doing all right. The main part of the storm is back behind us. This is just the shelf cloud that's out in front of it. But man, there is a lot of wind over here. Lots and lots of wind. So we are going to the north. And we're going to try and get out in front of this thing. You guys should be able to see the outer edges of this thing. We'll pull over up here. and let the main part of the storm get to us. This is just, like I said, this is just the outer sides of it. What have we got over here? Blowing dust, blowing dust, blowing dust. Blowing dust. Alright, so once we get up here on top of this hill, we're going to turn back to the face the southwest. This storm is kind of losing itself, and so we're going to turn and go west up here toward Putnam once we get up to Highway 47, so we don't have much further to go. You guys will really be able to see the base of this storm now as we're turning this curve here. And so, yeah. Storm that is by Leedy is cooking as well. So we'll have plenty of room to take and pull over up here. Well, there is a ton of dirt blowing on this storm. Severe outflow. High base storms. For those that may have just tuned in, we are headed toward Putnam, Oklahoma. Little bitty small town, and storms are off to the west and to the southwest. We're going to get up here to the highway, and we are going to take and flip around for a little bit and watch these things come to us. The storm that we have to our northwest, probably we're not going to be able to catch up to that thing. I am sorry to say, but we should be able to here briefly find us a place to pull over and watch these storms come from the southwest. It is moving near Clinton, Arapahoe, and Custer City at the moment. So this storm is growing. I thought it was dying out, but it's not. So we're in about 3,000 joules at Cape, which is convective available potential energy. And so fuel for the storms. I mean, so there is plenty of juice in the atmosphere. Boy, look at those trees whipping. We got about 2 miles before we turn off to the southwest, or excuse me, east. At Highway 47. We will find us a place to pull over. As we make our way back. Okay, so we're going to pull over on this next country road and look back to the southwest. Hopefully I can get my camera out, as long as it'll stay standing upright. hopefully. We can take and go over here to Thomas. And get south of this. I'm curious as to what happened to my roof cam. Let me work that out real quick. Yeah. See what happened with that deal. There we go. Okay, so that's looking forward. We want to look to the right. So we're going to go to Thomas and then drop down toward Weatherford. And the storm, if it doesn't turn right, which I don't think that it's going to, these are the biggest storms on the block. 3 of them. So, yes. It's coming across I-40 right now. It's coming across Cheyenne, Arapahoe. Just to the southwest of Custer City, which that's where we were at just a few minutes ago. We can probably turn and face back to the southwest. I'm seeing lightning behind me now, so we probably want to turn around for sure. And let this thing get a little bit closer to us. We can stay out in front of the rain and have the lightning popping around us as well. But there should be a good spot right up here. That one's probably not so good. The next one probably is going to be really good. Maybe. Right up here. So we should have some lightning coming on, guys. I'm going to get my phone. I'm going to grab my lightning trigger. And we're going to turn the lights out here and try to get some lightning shots. we'll set back and I will get you off of the roof cam. Sorry about that, guys. Had some really nice lightning just a second ago. Hopefully we get another one that's out in front of it. Ooh, big old rain. Probably gonna have to pull the camera here in a second. Hopefully the raindrops will hold off. There's a lot of lightning in there. It's just not on the leading edge of it. Yep, give me a chance here. We're gonna have to take and move. And we're gonna have to pull the camera. Because the rain's coming. Let me put it back on the deal here. Oh yeah, it's gonna pour down. All right. Okay, here we go. Yeah. I got you. I hear you. All right, so next stop is Weatherford. Probably gonna have to take and get on the back side of it to get any good lightning shots. what the special weather statement says up north here. Okay, so these storms (55-mile-per-hour winds). Moving east at 25 miles per hour. So they're not really moving all that fast. One-inch hail. This one's moving 35 miles an hour. But we're doing all right. We're doing all right, all right, all right. So I am going to take and close out the radar because it's not really doing you guys any good. It's just being a hindrance to you as far as being able to see all of the screen. And so we got the hood in the video there. We'll get that out of there. And now let's get back over. Let's see here. We've got another storm coming in right back behind us on this one. That might be noteworthy to tie into. What do we got over here? We're going to drop down to the south and head toward Weatherford. Hopefully get out of the rain. Slip in behind this thing. See what kind of lightning we can get. It's still holding on. It's not all that big. But man, it's got a ton of lightning on it. More than what the storms have up to the north. Which is crazy. Crazy, crazy. And we'll be dropping south here in just a second. And we will get up in this thing's business. Whoa. More wind. Way out in front of this thing. Y'all can probably make that dirt out over there to the right. Just outflow winds, not a gustnado this time. Outflow winds. Definitely interesting though. Be getting in some heavy winds up here, guys. If you look straight down the road right up here, you're going to be able to take and see that thing. We're going to drop just a little bit further to the south, but those lightning bolts are flying out now. We're going to get away from the power lines. We definitely don't want to be near the power lines at all, period. going to get some high winds. Let me get back over here. High winds coming across here in just a few seconds. We're going to be taking and turning off to the west so that you guys can see this. This is no joke. I think we can get right here on this oil pad if we can. Should be a turn off right up here. Wow. Past these lights on the back side of it, hopefully. Okay, going to get the phone out again and try to get some pictures, guys. Be right back. Never fails, never fails, never fails. And I think we're going to sit right here for just a second and let this kind of go by and see what we can get on the back side of it. Lots of dust and dirt. If you guys can see that on the live stream, there is a ton of dust coming at us. Good lightning flashes. So that core should pass just to our west on the trajectory that it's on right now. I think we're doing just fine right here. We're going to get a little bit of rain, but not much. Wind's probably 35, 40 miles per hour right now out of the southwest. Nice lightning bolt there. Intra-cloud. We got another big storm on this one's heels. Hey Judy, are you saying you're from Alva or am I in Alva? I am not in Alva. I am near Thomas, Oklahoma. Big storm by Ceiling that is getting its act together. You guys are probably getting some decent winds in Alva. As well. Let me look at velocities here. Pretty high winds just to the north west of Ceiling. Alva just to the south, probably down around Avard. As a matter of fact, it is Avard. Avard, a little bit to the west of Alva, a little ways. You guys are going to get some pretty high winds. I would say probably 40 to 50 mile per hour. You just have a special weather statement on those storms right now. The severe storms are on Thomas and then coming around Elk City in that area. And so I'm going to go back down to Frederick and check out that storm because it's got some pretty neat things going on it. Thomas, just to the south of Thomas in this storm that I'm on right now. South of a hail core in it. So not great big by any means. But probably maybe dime size, maybe a little bit bigger quarter size hail on this storm to our west. Let me see if I can measure that there. $79.5 kilograms meters squared. So 109.4 kilofeet. So probably some pretty decent hail on this storm coming into Thomas, southwest of Thomas. Let's see what the warning says. 1 inch in hail. Yeah, so golf ball size. I'm going to move just a little bit, kind of face toward the storm. We're kind of off to the southwest now, and we need to be more to the northwest. Once that rain goes away, we would be better off. You're welcome, Judy. And if you haven't signed up or subscribed to the channel, please do so. We're trying to grow. We're trying to get to over 500 subscribers. Obviously, there's no charge for you to do that. But what's up, J-Day? Yeah, you guys are going to have some pretty heavy-duty winds coming toward you. And so I am down at Thomas. So Sealing, all the way from Sealing, all the way up to Winoka, and then Alva. You guys are going to, and we just got a severe warning on that storm there. Looks like just to the northeast, south of Avard, north of Winoka, north and east of Winoka. Going to be crossing Highway 281. There's some pretty decent hail coming in right now. Over there, and so something we definitely need to keep an eye on. We're going to see if these cores grow, but that's going to take an effect. Nescatunga, Jet, Helena, Cleo Springs, Alene, Carmen, Tacoma, Burlington, and so Jay Williams, you are in the line, my friend, in the line for this. Very nice. If you don't mind, Judy, would you please hit that like, share, and you obviously subscribe. But that notification bell, it helps the algorithm grow. And obviously, whenever you share, you draw more people over to our channel. So I appreciate you for doing that. And so, yeah. Well, that wind is kicking it now. We're probably 50-mile-per-hour winds. Just to the south of Thomas by about 3 or 4 miles. It is getting it. I wouldn't be taking and getting any lightning photos because that wind would have blown my tripod over already. So I need to come back down here on this storm that I'm on briefly to kind of get an idea of what's going on. This one's getting a hail core on it as well. Not a bright hot pink as we got up there by Avard, Winoka, and let's see if it's even growing a little bit. So not really. Hail core is big in the center of it, but yeah. Not doing too bad. I'm going to take and switch over to the Vance radar real fast and see what we got here. Yeah, so Winoka, Avard, even up more to the southwest of Alva, the very far southern ends of Alva itself may get some hail here in just a little while. And so I would say probably close to an inch in diameter. Actually, it's a half inch. And so, let's see. No, 0.88 radar indicated with 60 mile per hour winds. So pretty decent size hail. If you don't have an awning or anything like that to park your vehicle under, you're probably going to get you some hail dings on there. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it is the truth. There is an outflow that is coming off of these storms now, just to the west of Cherokee, that is showing up. Let me look at velocities now and see what we got. So, because it's so close to the radar, I'm going to have to switch radars and go back down to Oklahoma City. But yeah, there are some high winds that are coming in. Let me go, let's see, maybe Wichita would be better for that. Not really. Pockets of high wind. One just to the, literally just to the south of Alva. One moving northeast. That's going to be crossing across Highway 281. Big pocket of wind that is north of Sealing, into the along Highway 281 that runs north out of Sealing. Big time winds on that. Let's see if we can measure those as well and see what it says. No. But yeah, pretty decent winds on that. And let's see, let's check out our storm. So we do have another storm that's coming in behind us that's going to be affecting Elk City. I need to put this into motion to see if it's actually moved any. We're going to move a little bit more to the north now. Hopefully we don't find any dead men out here on this little pad. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate you so much. And so, like I said, we are still just south of Thomas. Still getting a little bit of rain on the southern edges. You can see the rain core, the hail core there in the front, as it is making its way through. Main part is passing over Thomas right now, with another cell that is developing back to our southwest, coming through Elk City and Cheyenne. It is severe warned as well. And it is getting a little bit of core down to the southeast towards Sentinel as well. And so you guys are going to be experiencing that. Now we also, stand by 1 second, because we have a new mesoscale discussion out. And let's see what this says. All right. Severe thunderstorm watch. West central Oklahoma into central Kansas. Severe thunderstorm watch 356. Severe threat for severe thunderstorms continues. An extensively loose organized quasi-linear convective system is moving across west central Kansas into western Oklahoma this evening. The strongest convection with this QLCS is located western Oklahoma, where a wind gust of 74 miles per hour was recently observed at KCSM, and severe hail was reported with a discrete cell in advance of the line. Strong downstream buoyancy and nocturnal strengthening low-level jet will help to maintain severe storm potential into the late evening, though rather weak deep layer shear may continue to hamper storm organization to some extent. Localized severe gusts of near or above 75 miles per hour will continue to be the most common hazard, with isolated hail remaining possible as well. A tornado cannot be ruled out, giving increasing low-level shear, though the weaker deep layer shear will tend to limit potential for longer-lived supercells. Further north, increasing moisture and instability may allow for some intensification of convection into northern and central Kansas through the competing influence. Though the competing influence of increasing cap will eventually constrain the eastern extent of the organized severe threat. Most probable peak tornado intensity up to 95 miles per hour. Most probable peak and wind gust 65 to 80. And most probable peak size hail is 1 to 1.75 inch in diameter. So, that is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. And now we need to take and pull over a little bit more over here, because I think I can probably get my camera out. And it looked like that maybe, just possibly, hopefully, I get over here away from this big wellhead. I can get me some photos of that lightning. I think it's actually throwing out a few bolts now, as opposed to all intra-cloud. Find us a place that we can pull over up here in just a second. And while I am live streaming, I'm going to keep an eye out for my folks up there in that area. Avard and Cherokee and Waukeeta and Medford and Pond Creek and Alva. All the fine people up there. Get away from all of these big old lightning rods that are sticking up next to this power station. Find us a place that we can pull over. Okay, well, that's good. I mean, if it was 1.75 or whatever they were saying just a second ago, that'll definitely leave a dent. Oh, that lightning is pretty crazy. We won't get too close because we'll get back up there in that rain. Which that looks like what's happening right now. We'll have to let it walk a little bit more before we pull over. But the good thing is, can follow this thing to the northeast now. Because we're on the good side of it. Should be able to take 33 back to the east and northeast over toward Fay, and should be fine. We'll be out of the rain in a little bit, drop down in a low spot down there for a little bit, but playing it just right. Yeah, once the line kind of moves through, it should calm down quite a bit. It's in front of and in the middle of the storms where really the concern is. Number one, because of the hail cord. And two, on that leading edge is where you get the high winds. These are all what they call outflow dominant winds, meaning that there's very few opportunities. I mean, there might be a embedded rotation that could spin up on the leading edge. That's why they call it a QLCS. And so those stronger storms, especially with that low-level jet kicking in, which is winds coming in at about 2,000 feet above the ground, kind of driving those storms and creating some spin in the atmosphere. So hail cores could jump up, as well as a brief spin up. And so let me move this camera just a little bit over here. And so let me move this. A little bit of pawning on these roadways, so we don't want to be traveling too fast on here. Don't want a hydroplane, even though I got an all-wheel drive vehicle. So I need to take a look at something here real fast. I don't think it's anything. I think it's just a way that storms are presenting themselves. Pretty high winds down by Winoka right now, south of Winoka. Now that these storms are starting to line out, we need to take a look at areas that may be trying to spin up a little bit. Not seeing anything too bright right now. Storm for the most part. The storm for the most part. I don't think my phone has updated. I know it hasn't updated as to where my exact location is. So it should now. Our time, I don't want to take and drive up into any hail port. Seeing how there was some tree leaves that were shredded back there. Generally, that's whenever the hail kicks off and does stuff. Wow, that lightning. That's another indication that the storm is gaining in strength, is the fact that the lightning is starting to increase. And so, yeah, this storm has grown up big time. Yes. This storm is picking up in strength. Raining so hard you can't see. Uh-oh. A little bit of hail. Okay, so we're going to pull over here for a minute. And we're going to let this thing move on a little bit. We don't want to be taking and pulling, driving into any hail. We do need to see what size it is, though. It's probably pea size. Sounds a lot worse than... So I can't do a report. Give me 1 second while I do that, guys. If it hasn't already been done, I would imagine it maybe has. Maybe not. So, give me 1 second, because this storm that is here by Canton, there is a big, huge outflow boundary all along the way on this, from Anthony, Kansas, all the way back down to Cherokee, Helena, just to the east of Fairview, O'Keene, and Watonga. And so, let me look at the winds real fast, guys. See what any velocities they have on those. Okay, so Nescatunga. That's awfully close to the radar side. I don't want to be saying something that Now, Cherokee got some high winds there, fairly high winds anyways. Just to the east of Winoka, there's a big pocket. Looks like it's going to be moving barely off to the northeast. Tacoma is going to be in the line for that. And then if it stays that way, Cherokee, obviously. So, I'm wondering if I lost my live stream. Am I live? Am I live? Okay, so it appears that I am. For some reason, my stream didn't catch up. I see Judy has been commenting, smarter, better to stay safe. Yep, absolutely. And so that's exactly what we want to do. I'm trying to answer text messages and not drive at the same time. So, all right. Let me get back over here to my radar. Yeah, so this cell is big. And we've got another one coming in back behind us. So I think we're probably safe that we can drive out to the east again at Watonga. And so these are kind of turning off more to the east now. They were tracking off to the northeast, and now they're kind of going to the east. So O'Keene, Hitchcock, Loyal are going to be in the path of this storm that is coming through Watonga right now. And so getting a little closer to home. And man, the lightning on this is just crazy. However, there's like no real CG bolts. All intra-cloud. Which I'm alright with that. It makes for a good show still. I have seen a lot of snakes out on the roadways tonight. If there's anybody that is new to the channel and that has not subscribed, I would ask kindly if you would do so, and also hit that like button and that share and the notification bell, so that you can help the channel grow, so that we can get more viewers, so that you guys will be able to get information such as this whenever severe storms are moving into your area, and we're out chasing and providing you valuable information. And not only that, I will be able to say thank you very much, because I am truly grateful for all of you that have subscribed to the channel. So we are out of the rain, which is very interesting. I don't think that we're going to be getting into it anymore. I'm watching. The north, we might get into a little band up here in just a little bit. If we don't, I may stop and get some gas real quick. We're doing okay, but then again, I may want to try and get east on this storm and get in front of it again, and I can probably do that if I go over to Kingfisher, and I got more than enough gas to do it. But man, lightning on this thing is just crazy. But it's all, like I said, intra-cloud. Awesome. I do believe. Just constant lightning on this thing. But like I said, it's no CG boats. All intra-cloud. Now we're starting to get into that rain again, which is fine with me, because it won't last long, and we will be able to get through Watonga, and then be on the east side of the storm, and we should be able to see some bolts then. I'm hoping anyway. Have to run my wipers on fast. Yeah, we're nearly all the way through it already. So just on the southern tip of it. Now let's go back up and check our folks here. north central Oklahoma. I don't think it's made it to you yet, J-Day Williams. But it's a coming for you. It is a coming for you. It's still a little bit to your west, but speaking of lightning, you ought to be able to see lots of it. If you're still on watching the channel. We get out on the leading edge of this thing, it may have some pretty cool structure on it. Earlier today, I don't know if all of you have been following along the whole entire time. I know Judy came in a little bit later, but man, oh man, over by Foss Lake, it was amazing structure on it, shelf cloud, and so I did take some still shots of that, so that'll be something I'll be able to work up on my photo page. And so for sure on this deal, and yeah, just a little bit of rain, and that's not, I mean, not terrible. We get out in front of this, and we're doing good as far as going to be out of the rain almost completely, because it's moving off to the northeast, and we should be rain free and get some cool looking clouds in front of us, as well as lightning and all of that stuff. So I am looking forward to it. And there's lightning bolts all over this thing, so like I said, I don't understand why we're not seeing anything. We're basically getting into dry pavement now. So we'll be able to turn off the windshield wipers. Yep. Wind's going to be coming into Hennessy before very long. Winds just hit Loyal, and winds will be coming into Kingfisher here before very long as well. So now then, that we're out of the rain for the most part, we might get into a little bit more, but it ain't going to be nothing like we're doing earlier. Say that, I don't make a liar out of myself. That's because there's this developing right over the top of us, that's why. Come on now. Come on now. Be nice to me. Looking at some scary looking clouds off to the north of me. Dude, what are you doing, bro? Thank you. Okay, so we are going to take, when we get a chance, we're going to pull over up here and we're going to look back to the northwest. There's going to be plenty of places for us to pull over, and like I said, we're not in any danger of any rain moment, and we can take and look off. We want to take and get out of these hills though, because it's hard to see up here. They are now. They weren't earlier. All right, so we're going to take and pull over up here once we get past this oil field area. There's a ton of places that we can take and pull over. Couple more miles, folks. get out of all of these lights, we'll be able to look off to the northwest. Alrighty, almost there. 2680, I think, might be a good spot to pull over. Going to have another big Boeing segment that is coming across down around Sentinel. They're probably going to get some really high winds down there. Well, there's a farmhouse there. We don't want to take and intrude on them. So we'll go maybe a little bit more. 2690 perhaps. See if we can't find us a place to pull over right up here. I'm going to have to get my drink out of the floorboard. I'm going to put my flashers on so that people know that we're here, because my car is black and I don't want to get hit. So, pretty much no opportunity for any lightning photography, but I am going to get out and grab a drink real quick. Yeah, that stuff is nice and cold. Brr. I got it 60 degrees in here, freezing. Freezing. Let's check. On our friends up north while we're sitting here. Boy. All right. There is a couple of little inflow notches. One is to the west and northwest of Pond Creek, and there's one that's to the almost north of Hillsdale. On the leading edge of that wind, and so that's going to be something that we want to keep an eye on real quick. Wakita, looks like that you've already got your winds, and the rain is coming now. Now we're starting to get a lot more lightning. Man. If we could only start getting some CG bolts, I'd be happy. Are y'all able to see the lightning at all? Oh, yeah, you are. Absolutely. Alright, let's check on our reflectivity again over here. put that into motion and let's see what it's doing there. Medford and Pond Creek. Waukita for sure. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Big time rainmaker. Windbag. I don't know why my graphics didn't update. Man, this thing's going to bow out too. It is already starting. It is going to bow out. We still got warm, moist air feeding into this storm over here. While I am here, I'm going to take and try and do something here real quick. I don't know that I can, but I'm going to try. I'm updating my title on my live stream, guys, so give me 1 second. There we go. So, there we go. All right. Let me turn off my lights and there. I don't know why my chat board isn't updating on my YouTube channel for some strange reason, but that doesn't surprise me. So yeah. So I'm not able to, wasn't able to see you guys' comments there for a little bit, so I don't know what the problem is. However, it does appear that this storm is way over in front of us. Near Hennessy, Hitchcock. And so we can take, and we're going to run right up back behind it again. So you guys give me a second. I'm going to turn around here. We are going to pull a little trick on it. Turn off my flashers, roll out my window. Give me some directions here real quick. Bear with me.
Starting route to Loyal. In 4.5 miles, turn left onto North 2740 Road.
All right. Those guys are sending SOS signals with their grain elevator light. I don't know if they realize that or not. But we're going to sneak right up behind this thing. We got a nice clear shot. Kind of weird. It's got like a backward hook on it. Nope. velocities to speak of. Yeah, now I can see the chat. I have it pulled up on my computer, and so I have another radar, a way to look at radar. So we're all right now. I can respond to you, and I like this better, anyways. So the interesting thing is, I don't know if I need to check to see if I'm streaming over to my Twitch channel as well. So give me 1 second here just to check. And it says that I'm live over there. Even though it says that, it still has the same thing. As well. .4 miles.
In 1 mile, turn left onto North 2740 Road.
Alright, so we're starting to see a little nubby hanging down over here. Once we get up here and turn to the left, we'll try and look back over to that.
Turn left onto North 2740 Road. In 8.2 miles, turn right onto Main Street.
Over here just a second. We're going to kind of turn off to the northwest real quick, give you guys a look at this. Ooh. See a rain shaft developing up here in front of us, or hail, but that one. Definitely don't want that one because I can't see anything there. Maybe this one up here. So a little bit of scuddy stuff going on. It's still real high bass. There's no lowerings or anything like that, but we're gonna get up here past these trees. Not gonna do us any good to try to see anything with the trees blocking us. Basically right over the top of this house, guys. Starting to get a little bit of a lowered bass on it. Looks like they've been out there throwing some fertilizer or something down. And now we have winds from the west. Wow. The bottom of this is starting to look a little bit more interesting. we got lots of rain coming. So this is kind of the lead storm in a line of storms, and so now we're getting some more. We're gonna have to take a move. We're gonna have to take a move. We're gonna have to move north because there is some lower scud down on this. 99.9% sure that it's high wind. That was a CG bolt right there. Alright, so we need to keep an eye out here. Over here on the left-hand side. I'm going to have to roll my window down, so it might get a little bit noisy, guys. I got tinted windows, and it's hard to see. Still the same area that we're looking at. But we're about to get run over by I'm going to pull over right up here. I seen something I want to try and get a picture of. Oh, right here's a perfect spot. Maybe not. Not so perfect. Oh, man. Come on, open up a little bit, please. I'm going to hop out real fast and get a picture of this, guys. Bear with me one second. Yes, I am looking toward Hennessy. I've got to change out my lens. This is too long of a lens. my flashers on so nobody rear ends me real quick. So, make sure I got everything fastened up here. Quick, good. We are fixing to get waylaid by storms. So let's see what we got here. 1 inch tree limb broken in Wacomas. And we're going to put this in motion here. And so, yeah, we've got some crazy winds. Coming in from the southwest, just due west of us, Hitchcock. A little bit of town over just north of Watonga, but and I see the winds that they're referring to. We'll take a pull out in front of old buddy here. We can go up here. Make sure that those guys are a long ways down there. Okay, so we can go up here. And I don't know if you guys could see that or not on the live stream. But pretty decent pocket of wind over here that I seen, and that would be over by Hitchcock, maybe a little bit more to the northwest of that, but definitely something we need to take a look at. Wow. We're coming up on the small town of Loyal, Oklahoma.
In half a mile, turn right onto Main Street.
We're going to go over here just west of town a little bit and We are going to take a look at this. Once we get past town here. I got trees right there. My camera is back there chattering back and forth. Oh, man. If only that would do that again. That's kind of a scary looking cloud over there. Looks like it's dragging the ground, but it's just scuddy clouds. Alright, I'm going to try and get my camera out and see if I can't capture a few of those lightning bolts. come back here and visit with y'all for a minute. Wow. The weird thing is it's not capturing any or we're not seeing any CG bolts on this thing. There were a few. What's this little thing right here in front of us? Get mine. Maybe. That might be it. There were a few of them. And so, like I said, I think that these are just embedded in that big, old, huge system here. It is. This little area right here in front of us is interesting looking. Pretty sure I just seen a power flash. To my north. Yeah, that's the one that I'm on. Basically, I'm in the northeast quadrant of it. But pretty sure I just seen a power flash over there, just to my north. look at the velocities here real quick. So yep, I don't know. That's I don't know if that's lightning. It's not green like power flash, so it's got to be lightning, but it's definitely strange looking over there to the right. Interesting little feature right here in front of us too. I have a big bug in here with me. Wow. Get out, bro. Nothing like a June bug crawling up your leg when you don't expect it. I wonder if I can get some video of that. Wow, look at that. Try to shoot some video here. I'm gonna have to stop that because I can't get it focused. It's on the window. So give me 1 second, guys. Yep, that is definitely interesting right there in front of us. Yeah, I didn't. Like I said, it wasn't green like a normal power flash, and so that's what's making me lean more toward the fact that it was just some embedded lightning, but it looked like it was coming from the ground up. Well, that lightning has just been relentless. Yes, lightning can go from the ground up, ground to cloud, cloud to ground, cloud to cloud. Man alive. It's just going and going and going. The interesting thing is none of these are even severe warned. So it's just this thing is laying down a ton of rain. A ton. Rain back behind us. Rain in front of us. Rain to the side of us. Sound like Forrest Gump. Yep, it is definitely a light show. I guess I'm just going to have to wait until August whenever the big lightning storms come through with a heat lightning. And get some of those big, huge, powerful bolts going on. I'm going to move just a little bit. Weird thing is this. Whoa. Right there in front of us. Golly, that thing just looks scary. Looks like the whole thing's dragging the ground. Not a bit of rotation on it. Just wind. There was a good CG bolt. Wow. That's going to be a banger. I've been spotted by the dogs. And there it is. Yeah, we're fixing to get waylaid by storms. I am curious I don't know if they're venting gas off of an oil well. Well, we're going to go take a look, guys, because I see off to my southwest a fire. And that lightning bolt hit close enough that it may have lit something on fire. Could be an oil well, but and I'm thinking that's what it was, because I don't see it anymore. Driving into the rain. So we're gonna flip around before we get into the heavy stuff, because it ain't gonna be playing. Not one bit. Like I said, we're well into the deep, dark part of this storm. Looking at radar, if this thing was facing the other direction, it looked like that I was near Florida, because the reflectivity is hanging down that much. It's kind of weird looking. The lightning has just been relentless the whole day on this. That cell is about to touch us. If we drop I don't think it's gonna take much to get out from it, because we've been sitting there for I don't know how long. It just seems like it's creeping. But now it isn't. It's just going crazy back behind us. Crazy. So, we're going to go past. So, we'll be west of Dover, Oklahoma. And Dover is south of Hennessy. Man, the lightning on this thing just ain't stopping. Tomorrow, I will not be able to be out because my wife has doctor's appointments tomorrow that she has to go to, and so I'd like to be able to be out, but health is important, obviously, and so got to take care of her. There'll probably be severe weather tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to be as potent as what they were first talking about. I think that the whole state, from southwest to northeast, has a 2% tornado risk. That may change tomorrow. but the latest model that I was looking at earlier today said that it was 2%, and so originally it had a big dipping jet stream, which is typical for a severe weather setup, but things kind of went south. I don't know what this is up here. Whatever it is, it's got really bright lights. So bright that I can't even tell what. Wow. I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure that dude was running LED lights. That is an ATV. He's probably fixing to get really wet. Little cells popping out in front of this now as well, just to the north of Kingfisher. So that will be storms that we will be going into, because we've got to go to the east here by just a little ways, and then back south, and then back east, and then back south, and then back east. So we may meet the rain on the tail end of this again. We shall see. Well, my vehicle has fairly bright lights on it. My Jeep had really bright lights on it, but that was somebody running an LED bar on the front of that. I don't know if it was a Razor or a Can-Am or what, but it looked really, I mean, from a long ways away it was really bright, so I knew it had to be at least a light bar of some kind. And so sometimes you'll get storm chasers that are running those at night as well. And man, howdy. Some of those lightning flashes, even though they're in the clouds, are almost as bright as if they were actually connecting to the ground. It shows that my dot on radar is right under a storm that's going up. So that little got some hail off to our west now. Pretty decent little corp showing up. Hey Tammy, welcome to the channel. Tammy, if you haven't hit that subscribe button, do so. And the like and the share as well, and the notification bell. That way you'll know whenever we go live. But we're trying to grow the channel. Judy just joined tonight as well. And so I'd like to welcome you. And so, like I said, we're trying to take and get to 500 subscribers. We're at 250 right now, and so halfway there. And would certainly appreciate if you would subscribe and send it out to all your family and friends. And that way when we do go live, you'll know and they'll know. These storms are taking their time, Tammy. They are in no big rush whatsoever. It might be 3, 4, maybe 5 o'clock in the morning before they ever make it to the city. They are creeping along. Creeping. We've been sitting, watching, and yeah. It has taken forever for the rain to even make it to us. They were moving at about 35 miles per hour, and they have moved to about 2 miles an hour. So they are laying down a ton of rain as they are making their way. They're just almost to Kingfisher. And so, that being said, they stretch all the way down to I-40. Hinton is probably about the furthest south that they go. Just a touch north of Binger. But stretch all the way from Hinton clear up into Kansas. So Ponca City all the way in through there is getting a good old dose of water. And probably a light show. And probably some hail. Thank you, Tammy. You guys are awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Appreciate every one of you. So we're just a few miles from turning onto Highway 81, and we're just a touch north of Kingfisher by just a little ways. And just so you all know, we are working on an app. Well, let me rephrase that. A widget, I will say, that will enable us to take and have a constant GPS location going on, so that you'll be able to take, and it will be at the bottom of the screen or the top of the screen, wherever we decide to put it. But that way you'll know exactly where. And also going to try and do the temperature, the dew point, the wind speed, and all of that stuff as well. And so that's currently in the process. Hopefully we can get that up and going relatively quick. And I don't know why my camera is cutting out. My name? My name is Philip McGee. Lots of traffic. Yeah, I'll have to take and update that on the description page, so that if people do want to know what my name is, if that's who you're talking about, obviously, because I think whenever I reply or whatever, it comes up NOSWC, so yes. And likewise, Judy, Tammy, everybody else that's on the channel. It looks like we've got shows 14. I don't know. I don't have my page pulled up on my tablet. Sometimes that doesn't update like it should. It shows 17 watching. And so everybody that's on there, I do certainly appreciate everybody that has been on the chase with us from the whole entire get-go. We started out clear out by Foss Lake, and have made our way all the way back, almost home. Cashin, just north of Oklahoma City by just a little ways, is my home. And so just a little bit of background about myself. Been chasing technically since 1995. First tornado I ever seen was an EF5, and that was in Friona, Texas. I am a 3-time combat vet. Thank you, Tammy. That's very sweet of you. And I definitely, most certainly, appreciate the prayers. So, need more of them. The Bible says to pray without ceasing. And so, I try to remember that. I try to be one of those that say, if I'm going to do that for you, I will do that for you. Generally, it's immediately. I'm not ashamed of grabbing a hold of somebody's hand and saying, well, let's do it. And so, many a times I've done that. But that being said, so 3-time combat vet, spent a large portion of my life in the Air Force. Traveled all over the world. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. There is the Kingfisher Police Department. We're rolling through here. Not speeding at all. But spent a little bit of time in the oil field as I was growing up, working hard. The rest of it was farming for folks. That was from north central Oklahoma. As a matter of fact, I graduated from Lamont, Oklahoma. I lived in the small town that sits in between Medford and Nardin, Oklahoma, along Highway 11, if y'all are familiar with that. I know Judy is. She lives there. So, she lives in Alva, I believe. She was asking me about that. And so, graduated from Lamont. And I'm going to throw this out there. If y'all have never been to Katz, K-A-T-S, Steakhouse in Lamont, I would highly recommend visiting there, because that is probably some of the best food that you'll ever eat. Amber, I am in Ames, and I grew up in Waukeeta. That is awesome, because I was just in Waukeeta yesterday, and I have a very good friend that you may know by the name of J. Day Williams. Tammy Baker grew up in Salina, Kansas. Very nice. Been there, storm chased there. My sister-in-law has family had family. They're no longer with us, but we're from Scott City, Kansas. Family in Wichita, and they're still living. And then there's one more place. I don't remember. But Amber, welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining in. And I always cordially invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. And hit the like, the share, and the notification bell to help our channel grow. We would definitely appreciate that. It helps us out, helps the algorithm out, and it also helps out other folks that live in Oklahoma or other states whenever we go live and severe weather is happening, because we can take and put those things out and people can see it just like you guys are watching right now. And wow, look at you. Andover, Kansas. So, we talking about the Andover, Kansas tornado that was back in the 80s? Or are we talking about the one that just happened a couple of years ago? In between my military transition, I lived in Indiana for a couple of years. And I lived in Lafayette, Indiana, Purdue country. Gotcha. So, let me see. Where was I in 91? I was in Germany whenever that happened. And I got the uncut footage somehow, I don't remember how, from the news station whenever that all happened. And it was the real deal whenever they climbed up underneath the bridge embankment and was holding on for dear life, and went out and rescued the man that got ejected from his vehicle and all kinds of stuff. Man, that was a tornado now. Terrible damage in Andover. So, yeah. I can only imagine. Yesterday, I told a story. Because I opened up the live stream for questions and answers on the way home. I think I did more of the talking, which I've actually felt bad for, because it's not really a question and answer session if I'm the only one talking. But I let the folks know that we moved back to Oklahoma after my active duty military career, and then I joined the Air National Guard. But we were at home. I was sick, and it was a late night setup, kind of like what's going on right now. And so my mom called me and told me, she said, "How come you're not in the shelter?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she goes, "Turn the TV on." So I turned on the local news channel, and pretty much was describing my backyard. So I grabbed, my grandson lived with us at the time, and so grabbed him. Everybody else came in. We sat down in the middle of the house, and we didn't have time to get to the shelter. And so literally watched it rip the front part of the house off, that sent the screen door flying through the house, all the way out through the dining room, through the windows that we had there. And we had a 40 by 60 work barn. It ripped both of the front doors off of that. And so went outside, did damage assessment, found my neighbor's ornamental light globes impaled into my fence. They were about a half a mile from us. And so anyway, it was pretty scary. Lifted the roof of the house up and then set it back down. And so we survived that one. Lord watched over us, protected us. And so it was a couple of years after that, I moved to Cashin my first time. And about, I think it was maybe more like 6 months. But anyways, the big Piedmont tornado came through. It was EF5 grinder, and it literally wiped that old house off of the foundation. So that is 100% correct. Absolutely. So once technology kind of kicked off and we were able to have cell phone service and Wi-Fi hotspots and everything else, that's whenever I really started getting my vehicle set up. But now we have Starlink, and that has been a game changer for storm chasing, because there's been times where you don't have any cell service in places. South of Abilene, Texas, perfect example. And even out, in places in western Oklahoma, or even southeastern Oklahoma for that fact. No cell service whatsoever. And so if you don't have cell service, you don't have a Wi-Fi hotspot. If you don't have a Wi-Fi hotspot, you don't have radar data. And if you don't have radar data, then you're in big trouble. Obviously, you got to look and visually chase like we used to do back in 95. And so it has been a game changer. Game changer. So I most certainly hope that everybody has enjoyed the live stream today. Again, a huge shout out to all of you that have subscribed to the channel, that have liked it, shared it, and all of those things. I can't say thank you enough for that. I will say this, and I know that Nightbot has been posting it, and this no pressure or anything like that, but if you like landscape photography, astrophotography, aircraft, tornadoes, weather, lightning, and all of that stuff, I would invite you to come over and check out my photography page. And like I said, no obligation to purchase anything. Anything and everything on there is for sale, but a lot of other things other than storms are on there, and so I enjoy going out and taking pictures of a lot of different things, animals. There's wildlife on there, flowers, macro photography, all different kinds of stuff. And so anyway, I just like taking pictures, and so it fits in well with the storm chasing. And so I have a lot more photos of tornadoes, but I just have posted some of that stuff on there. But anyway, that being said, I invite you to go over and check that out as well. Let's see. Me, chased back in the day. with paper maps and CB radios. That's right, ham radios, CB radios, and paper maps. And that's basically, 95 that was that way. You couldn't afford to take and pay for a bag phone because the roaming fees were so expensive back then that you had to be a millionaire just to have one. And so that was for the lifestyles of the rich and famous. And that 95 tornado, I chased in a 76 Cadillac. Called it the Land Cruiser. That thing was built like the Dominator. But folks, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close out the stream. I am almost to the house. It is late. The storms are still lagging back there to the west. They're not rushing by any means on trying to get here. And so I'm going to go ahead and close down the live. Again, thank you so much, everyone. I truly appreciate it. And so I hope that you have a good night, almost morning. 88 Nissan Stageway. Well, hey, you got good gas mileage. Can't say that for the Caddy. I think that thing, actually, it did get pretty decent gas mileage for as big as it was. But it also had like a 950 gallon tank on it too, so cost an arm and a leg to fill it up. And obviously I am stretching that truth just a little bit, but it was a big tank. 22 gallons, I think, something like that. Absolutely. Again, thank you guys. Have a good night. And we will see you on the next storm. Good night.